Boom, 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 boom.
Yo.
Sup?
Just got home from work. Not working on too much in particular.
I'm typing walls of text instead of finishing the visuals for that mixtape.
Yep, the thinking man's occupation. Doing nothing productive. I have a paper that I need to write that I haven't worked on all week. It's due tomorrow.
I just know if I have frequently had a problem with that in high school, and I procrastinate on things I want to do. So I know that I would be doing that.
Yeah, it's always been something I've done. So I don't need to work on that right now. I have 25 hours to get it finished.
I would
That's
always
plenty of time.
go to the school. I would always go to the public library and just stay there until I finished the project to make sure I did it. Always go somewhere else to do it. Except now these things I need to do, I can't go anywhere else because no computer is powerful enough to handle any of it.
Yep, can't do your 3D modeling on a 5-year-old ThinkPad you got from eBay.
You also have to bring all of your torrented software with you.
Yep, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So
So
we're stuck.
this environment is shit, but you can't go anywhere. Except whenever I've been only trying to get further in programming like within the last 2 hours before work this week. And whenever I was doing that, about half an hour in, I was like, I'm glad I'm doing this. I wish I started sooner. Every fucking time.
And every single time you get on a roll, you're being productive, and then something interrupts you.
Whenever like I first was learning how to use Unity and made all that progress, I was so fucking fulfilled. I just walked out of my house, went straight to a friend's house, and smoked their weed. And broke my year of sobriety. I just
Yeah, you're
walked down the street,
accomplished.
went right in, and hit their bong. Because I just didn't care.
Yeah, that's something that you want to do. You know, you even get that.
This doesn't apply to doing school projects at all.
I mean, a little bit, but nowhere near the extent it does doing things you want to do. Like you get that sense of accomplishment, but I think it's more of a relief that you're done with it.
That's pretty much it for things that you're forced to do.
2 months. I have 2 months and I'll be done.
There's not even a point of me going to college because nothing I want to do will come from there.
Yeah, I'm looking back at the last 4 years, trying to figure out what I learned from school. And I got nothing.
I learned more from 4chan over the scope
Yeah,
of 13 years.
I did.
You, like, people joke about it, but you constantly argue and learn on there recreationally.
Yeah, just dialogue. You know, the Greeks were onto something.
It literally is a forum with almost no rules. You're just not allowed to just scream nigger 500 times on the history board.
Yeah, it's not like the Jannies are gonna stop you from saying things that they really don't like. Except for when they do, but that's different.
I had a guy who he spent a book calling me an incel in response to something I said, and I just said too long, didn't read, faggot. And then I got my post deleted and I got warned.
Jannies are brutal.
I don't even remember what the argument was about. It was like, I want to remember now what I did to piss that guy off so much on the history board.
But no, the only way you win an argument on a chain is by arguing better than the other guy, or just being more charismatic.
Oh,
You know, it's not you're not gonna get upvoted past the guy. Mods with ideological biases aren't gonna edit your post away.
pretty much. There's a lot of
Yeah, nobody. The teacher isn't gonna tell you to go to the principal's office. You're not gonna get failed.
I ran about the Jews every day on just the history board.
I think the history board really is the perfect microcosm of Chan culture, just because it's new. Board culture isn't really concrete yet, and then the generalized subject matter.
The people and the paradigms aspiring to take it over, none of them have more control than the others, whereas the TV board, V board, they're controlled by a subreddit, and Poll is obviously more controlled by itself. And
Yeah, poll is just a mess.
I go to the history board mostly because it's where you get the most diverse posters.
Yeah, K, you have, I don't know, there's some conflict going on, but pretty much everybody on K agrees with each other about the big things. That and then R9K, I think, are the big ones being hit by the tranny ops.
Not that I care anyway.
Well, no, not. I'm not emotionally involved with that. I just think it's interesting from a. You can't even really call that anthropological. Um, what was the word we used to describe it? We were talking about this last time.
Eh, let's see. The tranny ops.
Yeah, it was like Chan culture. It was in that conversation, I think, but I don't remember what we used.
Just some kind of scientific sounding word to describe memetic warfare.
Basically, yeah. Like, um, I don't know, just some bizarre mishmash of
Autism pit.
digital cultural anthropology and sociology, except not gay.
Was autism pit in that?
No, autism pit was a fairly recent term. Like, autism pit was this month.
Oh yeah, last month. It was within like 30 days ago though.
I don't know. Time moves so quickly on the internet.
It moves. Time moves quickly, but then when you look back on these fucking messages, that feels like a really long time ago. But it wasn't. It's like our dialogue evolution hasn't changed that much since then.
Yeah, I was. Oh, when we were talking about Russia, um, the last time, that was right when I'd found that Discord chat scraping tool, and I was going over the history in the server, and it was like, I don't know, it was 3 or 4 years ago, and I found it really ironic because 3 or 4 years ago, to date, you were actually talking about Russia at the same time that we were talking about Russia.
Yeah, generally, I mean, we get our information from the same place, especially at that time to an even greater extent. You're just really regurgitating ideas from 4chan even more so. And then since then, it's just been a gradual breakaway to forming your own worldview.
I think it's good though. I think we're both at a good place.
You only go forward from there.
That's the thing. You always think that you're at a good place, and then you look back at where you were a year ago even, and you've just extrapolated so far from that that it's barely recognizable.
Yeah,
And you never thought that you were at a bad place.
I didn't. When I recorded that second to last video, I thought I didn't explain anything. I thought it was bad. Then I listened to it at work, and I actually explained exactly this and a lot of other shit, like almost equivalent to if I said it in text.
Yeah, it's almost like there's only three paradigms out there once you really break it down.
Maybe for Jews.
I'm personally offended at that. I'm gonna call my local rabbi up, see if he can't get me in contact with the guys in Pittsburgh.
They're all dead now.
It's too soon, boy. It's too soon.
A second to throw this stink bug away.
I don't know why the golems didn't work.
Had a single stink bug wake up from hibernation because we have warm weather for now.
It's bizarre that you would say that because just 2 hours ago, I had a single stink bug wake up.
That's what they do.
Flew into the dining room.
If it gets warm, they think winter's over. They fly at a light repeatedly.
I don't know where they come from.
They're
Are they
in the
just
fucking like crawl space and shit.
in the crawl space up in between the drywall?
In the air conditioner.
Mm,
If you ever hear something rattling around in an air conditioner, sometimes it's them.
yeah, probably a stink bug.
And God help you if there's a stink bug in your bed and you lie down on it.
Oh, that's
It will stink up your room for like an hour.
yeah.
And it just
I,
sits. It's like it just mechanically sits there and just keeps releasing until you get rid of it.
and it's one of the worst smells too.
That's why I keep scented candles on hand.
I can't do that because it would get the walls and the ceiling all sooty, and that's bad. Never mind the fact that my ceiling is already stained when the air conditioner condensation pan um overfilled, dumped on the drywall above the well, right under it. Always fun. You guys with your window units are lucky.
Been using the same one for like 6 years.
That's holding up really well. Um, Back when I used to live in Virginia, we had to replace the one that we had after I think just about 2 or 3 years. But we probably ran it more than you have.
I run mine all the time because my room isn't insulated, so when my dad has the heater on, I actually have to have the air conditioner on even when it's negative 20 degrees out.
That might be the most boomer thing that I've heard all night. You have to run the heater and the air conditioner at the same time because the house isn't insulated, right?
Now, just this room isn't. And in the summer, whenever I open the door, I get hit by a wall of heat.
Oh man, it's it's really bad here in the summer. I think every single year that I've lived here, the air conditioner has stopped working in like May or something. And May is just about when it's starting to get warm out. I think we're usually in the 80s in May. Maybe in like the high 70s. So by the time we get it fixed, it's already July. And we usually have like triple digit temperatures.
I don't know.
So that's fun.
This air conditioner's was from Walmart. Just one of the normal ones they have on the shelf. Usually, all the other shit from Walmart breaks within a year. I haven't even touched the air conditioner except to scrub the grill off. I just sat it there and I've never
Just
moved it.
been in that window unit. It'll be in that window for another 4 or 5 years. I don't know. It seems like there was a few years of production there when stuff didn't break as quickly. And it didn't really make any sense because things were breaking before that and then they broke again after that. But it's like that period, I don't know, right? Uh, maybe in like 2013 or something. 2011 to 2013, stuff didn't break as much as it does now.
This Acer monitor is already starting to fuck up a little bit.
Yeah, monitors, that's a fun one. So you know I had those two huge CRTs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and those things put out a ton of heat. It's just unreasonable amounts of heat. I ended up getting rid of them, replaced them with two or three LCD panels. And I mean they work okay, but the pixels are already starting to go bad.
Yeah, I stopped doing two monitors because they kind of don't last, which is really inconvenient because I have to watch a video that I can barely see what's going on in it because I have half of the window, the video, and the other half, the compiler. So
Yeah,
it shrinks the video down because it's widescreen.
it really is a ridiculous boost to productivity having more than one monitor. But yeah, it's a good way to kill a monitor right there.
This is a really mundane conversation compared to what was happening.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. You know, we were talking about all kinds of fun
It
stuff,
seems like you're
productivity.
bipolar when your environment is. It's actually your environment that's bipolar.
Well, isn't that ironic? You know, we were talking about this, bipolar environments, all that fun stuff, and then we change our environment, change the format of the conversation,
Yeah.
and suddenly the entire conversation shifts.
Would be nice to verbally express going really in depth on learning to juggle.
I think it's feasible. I mean,
I mean, I at least briefly said it once in a video just to explain to people don't get hung up on God, demons, brain structure, whatever.
yeah, I understand what you mean by it.
TM doesn't though, because he doesn't
You know, he's.
want.
Go ahead.
I don't care either way. He doesn't seem to want to know. He seems content to just have a rule book explain everything instead of be the person who wrote that rule book.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say, um, the other day when he was talking about how you how you're very dismissive of anybody else's
Oh, I know
paradigm.
that.
I think, I'm saying ironic a lot, but coming from him, that was entertaining.
No, exactly. I comprehend the things that I do. Like, I have plenty of time after something happens to think on it. Like, if like we get someone and me gets into a fight in the server, I think I wish that kind of went different. I see where I fucked up in that formula.
Yeah, yeah, and it's one of those things that um, after the fact, everything is clear every time.
Well, and then it's also like I mean, if on the through the years on 4chan, if you didn't get something, you were just told to kill yourself. So I mean, it works.
Oh, it absolutely works.
See,
You
it's like on so it's kind of part of being taking the position of the alter ego that people don't have. They don't have the tools to really make the thing that I get on drugs. So then I kind of uncontrollably start to step in without even realizing that I'm doing it. And I start trying to rip them apart and like torment them. I start ripping apart their worldview. And it was funny, like TM, he, he said he was, when he was allegedly reducing me that one day, we recorded it on voice chat. See, the problem I was having with that is because he was arguing from the stance that I'm like, everything that I'm doing is literally serving a demon god. So I was explaining how that's not, and then he switched it to it being if I understand like where that comes from. He like could not maintain the consistency of that. So when I do
like
that to him, when I reduce him, when I literally I don't even like really plan this out. I just kind of do things and it fishes things out of people. I like got him to call me a book cultist so that I could drop kick him in one shot. So that I could so that I could just like burn everything that he said down to the ground. Made it like irrefutable, impossible to not see that you are clearly doing something wrong here. And so he responded naturally by probably telling the other Spurks to go back to their server. Or otherwise they just feel like they completed their recruitment.
and that's I don't know if that's what it was, like a recruitment or what the rationale is.
At least recruit for their tabletop games, not for the literal cult.
It's uh, yeah, yeah, it kind of feels that way, doesn't it?
That's just the other possibility. I mean, they all left at the same time. If you notice that they're all gone, except a couple of the
And
stragglers.
yeah, like
The big ones are gone. They all left at the exact same time.
yeah, TM, Kyler,
Christian.
those are the only two that is. No, I think Christian is still here, isn't he?
No, he's gone.
His is he?
Wait,
He was
hold
here the
on.
other day.
Is he
Yeah, his
FBI?
yeah.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Is driver? No, he's gone.
Well, that was Kyler. Yeah, Kyler's gone,
Yeah, those two left.
and those are the only two I think that are actually um in the cult. Everybody else is just playing the game.
Nah, that military guy in the other server, he strikes me up as well adjusted.
Oh, definitely.
Because I was explaining the purpose of suffering, and just by the way, when I say suffering, I don't mean just pain, bad feelings. Suffering can be like they had a word, they had a phrase for this, for things that substitute my usage of the word suffering, and it builds character, building character.
It's like negative enlightenment.
It gives you it. It's part of the brain to like stimulate you. It forces introspection. It forces you to get stirred from your little slide. Forces you to
Yeah, this
step
is one of the
outside.
things that I agree with you on.
Yeah, this is like actually this is like in relation to how ego death works and near death experiences work. That's just to the extreme. That fuck it like it's like if someone just shot you and then you woke up in your body and you had to gather yourself back together and stand back up. You're like you have to remember who you are and everything. But you have your
And yeah,
intelligence and stuff, but you have and you can you know English and all the hard intelligence, I don't know how that
everything,
works, but I don't know why hard intelligence stuff is preserved, like how a car works, how computers work.
the basic things that aren't important.
For some reason, technical knowledge gets preserved, and that helps you flesh out ideas whenever you get your ego killed.
Well, technical knowledge is just doing things.
Yeah. See, it's
Doing things is easy.
yeah. Anyone can learn technical stuff, but I'm noticing. See, like this. This is part of when I go crazy. I'm saying it's all part of a plan. God and the demons are tricking me into doing things to make me learn things. If you choose to interpret it that way, I mean, it might as well be happening. But it's based on how you look at it. But I am noticing that because I choose to do these things as a reaction to things that I discovered, I find out other things. So now I use programming metaphors to describe life.
I think that's just natural. Whatever you familiarize yourself with is the window that you see the world through.
It's really a part of everything. It's part of like just simple thought experiments like what Fortune does all the time. Just exploring an idea within the confines of something, playing tabletop, simulating things. It helps you it provides you tools to build better simulations. The more things you know about the material world, the better your simulations are, the better your drug experience will be for one thing.
And there we go. It's back to knowledge in. It's input in. The more you have, the higher quality it is, the more interesting your output is going to be.
Exactly.
Period. Yeah, that's another thing I agree with you on.
I'm like legit trying to understand this shit that's happening, whereas TM is just obsessed with a game's rulebook made by a guy who probably went through what I went through. So, like I said, that makes TM a slave's slave. So, which is ridiculously embarrassing. If you like, at worst, if we go on that logic, you would just be like a double slave.
The metaphorical double nigger.
He's a Yeah, he's a quadruple nigger though. Everyone who preaches a vision or a religion is a nigger, and all of their disciples are double niggers.
Basically, yeah. If you're operating on somebody's paradigm without having done the work for it yourself, you're not a real person.
Let's see, it's
You're
those.
basically
Yeah, it's like those are still cobblestones to finding your own answer and coming up with your own paradigm.
yeah,
And
but until you get to that point, you're a child.
pretty much that's like part of the how they would use mushrooms for rites of passage into adulthood.
Mhm.
If you go out and have a
And
vision quest, you're an adult now.
and I don't say child there in like a derogatory sense. It's just you're not all there yet.
We're like I am a meat robot compared to people who would be higher up the chain. Still,
Yeah, and I say that, and
yeah,
it doesn't matter where you are. You're not all there yet.
you're not as far along as you could be. And it's part of why a lot of channers particularly fit this mold is because of the way that we are, of the fact that we can only find stimulating conversation on the internet and from each other, which gives way to a lot of other problems. You're basically a perpetual sufferer. Or at least you're aware of your suffering. I mean, it's normies suffer too, but they just don't know what's going on. They're just getting hit by negative stimuli, and then they scream and shit, and then they just when it's over, they just go on like normal. But
Well, they're suffering from different things.
they're suffering. They just don't know what's going on. Like a chanter is more introspective, and he's usually supplied with more like knowledge. I mean, not referring to the ones that get memed. It takes you about. It took me since 2007 to get to this point. Anywhere in between, like myself a year ago is stupid compared to myself now. Myself 6 months ago is stupid compared to me now.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Thinking about how you are right now, you don't feel stupid, do you?
You always think you're at the end, and then when you go further, it blows your mind.
Yeah, like I was thinking to myself just a bit ago, I'm happy with where I am right now. But looking at where I was a year ago, knowing what I do now, I was happy back then with where I was back then. But if I was where I was then now, um, knowing what I do now, I would be extremely unsatisfied. That's a really convoluted way to put it. But you think you're at the top, and then you grow just a little bit more, and you realize you're nowhere near the top.
See, TM thinks he's at the top and he refuses to go further. That's why I tell him, you could use an ego death. He's saying, no. And then he gives me this rhetoric about, you hate the ego, I embrace it. Well, good for you then. You're never going to view the world outside the box you're in. You're never going to look outside the box and put things into perspective. I mean, unless he touches LSD, and then I'm gonna materialize because I monopolized a lot of ideas. It's just the way things are. If you talk to a person and they monopolize ideas, that's probably who's going to manifest along with those ideas.
And now I think he said he has done LSD and DMT and all that fun stuff previously.
He said I just did DMT, and he went to the warp. Well, think about it this way. I also did LSD 2 times before the last time, but still the last time really fucked me up, like harder than ever. I mean, not obviously having simulated deaths was kind of something difficult to deal with and understand, and here's the thing about simulated deaths. People think that's just because you're having a bad trip or overthinking it. It's actually because you can actually perceive what death is. Death is not only a bullet passing through your brain. It's not only having a heart attack. In a way, if you can visualize like the teleportation thought experiment, like if you just cease to exist.
Yep, just totally not existing, no longer.
There's like a lot of things you could say about like quantitative continuity in life. If like in a way, like if we kind of are our personas, and whenever you feel an extreme shift in your brain that changes that persona, then you're basically dying. When you go to sleep and wake up, you're basically dying. If you can visualize this, you will see that you're being killed, but the average person doesn't know that.
So just by existing and intaking media and different ideas, you're killing yourself.
Sort of. Like it's a really out there thing. Like,
No,
are
I
we
get it.
are we the same person second to second?
Like the ship of Theseus theory, except spiritually instead of physically.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. It is like, it's kind of like, that's another thing. Are you the same person if every cell on your body has replaced itself? If you can perceive that death is beyond, like, being shot or having a heart attack, it gets really fucky. And there's also the factor that LSD merely turns the dial up and multiplies brain functions. That is exactly why demons and God and alter egos start crawling out of the woodwork. Those are personifications of the brain structure and the way it works. And you can actually learn shit from looking at it. if you, like I said, if you learn to juggle, if you allow it to take you on these journeys, and you can hold different viewpoints simultaneously. That's not to say if you're burning in hell, if you're like, I'm not saying you should be able to hold multiple viewpoints. If you can float these around in your head and have them come back to you and just consider them in intervals, then it helps develop ideas. But TM is someone who is TM, and a lot of religious people, they're really hung up. Like I basically saw what God is. And it's also what the concept of oneness is in Hinduism. But people will get really hung up on it. It's like, I don't doubt that that could be God, but I'm also open to other ideas. You have to juggle ideas. It's not all a parasite god hollowing your brain out and shit. That's just a concept.
Yeah, like oh, I don't know how to put it now either.
This is just really out there batshit insane stuff. It's just this mentally breaks a lot of people when they get like that far. That's why TM is content to be dictated by a rule book and say that I'm like a demon slave or something. It's because he cannot juggle these concepts. And it would be interesting to see what would happen to him if he got dosed on LSD. Because
the man would go insane.
I mean, he already has like he already did you listen to the one recording that I uploaded? I was just sitting there recording him rambling to himself.
And that's something he does all the time too.
He sounds like me when I'm tripping. And it's kind of funny, like if someone's tripping like that, you could just casually sit there and just keep throwing them these words. Except if it was me there and I really felt like it, I could really step in. Like if I was physically there.
And I don't know if that's because half the time when he's doing that, it's like 4 a.m. his time. I don't know if it's just, constant sleep deprivation, or if he's just internalized that, and that's what he is now.
I also I think it was either in HG, probably in HG or on this voice chat when they came in here. They offhandedly mentioned, yeah, TM has some problems. I'm like, huh, that's a little enlightening. That's basically all I need to hear.
That.
Yeah, so like I'm someone who's really giving like my A game to understand things that happen to us and how the brain works. And I've been arguing with a crazy person, which has been productive. He has helped me develop ideas. Like, basically, even when I'm just talking to myself, typing walls of text, I'm developing ideas, even if it's just to myself.
No, I really like TM. He's a funny guy, very entertaining, and I think he's very smart too.
Well, I don't doubt that, but whenever we get into like a metaphysical argument, then he is like sorely lacking. I'm not content to have everything explained by a rule book. because I'm now equivalent to the person who wrote that rule book as a joke that TM now worships. Like literally, if like I made my game, it's the kind of thing that someone like TM would worship to explain everything. I'm just doing it as like a joke. I am trivializing the mechanics of the brain and how it personifies demons and God and like how paradigms and alter egos work. I'm trivializing that as like a form of amusement and as a thought experiment because I learned things from doing it, but then people would take it literally and use it to explain everything. That's
Like I can't tell how much of what TM says is a joke and how much of it those guys actually believe.
I don't know about. Well, I kind of know him, but the other guys, they're kind of just doing it jokingly. You know, Kyler is clearly he's just kind of fucking around. Christian is fucking
Kyler is
around.
playing a game. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to do that dance with him. TM, me and him, I thought we were having a dance where we were juggling like all these existential concepts and exploring ideas, but then he kind of slipped up and started stepping on my toes. And like, he can't see as far as I thought. It's like literally just a dance to, you're just, you're throwing your foot out to memes, then you're throwing your foot out to World of Darkness terminology, then you're throwing out to how to like actual brain structure. That's how it actually. It's basically a fucking dance in itself to what I'm doing. But I call it juggling. You're just juggling shit.
Like it's a dance around each other too, trying to find the common phrasing for the same idea, because we all know what the other person means. It's just
Not always, but
maybe not always, but
not
most
always.
of the time.
I'll even admit that not always. Like, see, I I have my ego back right now. I have been manipulated by the material world. Where you get your anger and your depression, your need for Schadenfreude, and I will admit that I get bullheaded and miss concepts. But that's the benefit of making more people like that, reaching that Zen enlightened state, is that you have multiple people. Because our brains, we have like these gaps in our knowledge that's just moving through our information space. And if we have multiple people like working on figuring something out, then our multiple brains together, if someone has a gap, then someone else can fill in. That's just how it works. It's why I have a lot of trouble still. Like, if I'm so enlightened, why do I have trouble explaining shit on video? It's because a lot of other fucking factors come in, and I'm literally doing it by myself, the limitations that a brain has.
Yeah, like a while ago when he was still in here, we were talking, you, me, and him, and he kept trying to explain something to me. It was talking about pain as a motivation to do something. Doesn't matter what, just to do something. Probably, I think, significantly, just to grow as a person. And he kept hammering on something, and I kept hearing the same thing, and it wasn't what he was trying to get across.
Yeah, words, words like You know nothing. Hell is only a word. Reality is much worse. Words.
Like, that doesn't help you unless you know what they mean by that already.
I don't even know. It's possible that they don't even know what they mean. Like the guy who wrote Jacob's Ladder, he actually went through this shit, like without a doubt. But yeah, the words fail us, and so does how our brains work.
And that's part of the reason why the communications break down when you try to engage people on a radically different paradigm than you.
It's not even a point. That's kind of one of the
Yeah,
reasons I gave up. It's because the big machinations at work that cause people to be enlightened. It's doing more than I ever could. You can't reach people who aren't ready. They you. That's why. That's the benefit of having billions of humans. Is you have all these people. You don't have to care about individuals. They will show themselves and find their own way, or you could show them.
yeah. The system to do what you want to do is already in place, and it's already doing it better than you could.
Yeah, Allied Master Computer is just in a post-scarcity society. It's why a lot of hipster so-called creators, they kind of lament now. They realize that they have no suffering, so they cannot produce good work, good art. So they would sign
Yeah,
up. People in post-scarcity would sign up for Allied Master Computer to go in the I have no mouth and I must scream if they're not
elevate
selected at
my
birth.
consciousness, please.
Yeah, because the beauty of Allied Master Computer is that he's not just torturing you. Like, have you seen the game? Do you know how he tortures you and the things you see?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's
It's
substantial torture. It's ironic, poetic, theatrical torture and shit.
it's not a machine that just decided this is what I'm gonna do. This is my purpose now. Make humans have a bad day.
No, it's like elaborate, thought out torture. That's
Well, yeah, the machine exists. It exists as a product of that enlightenment. So of course it's gonna do everything it can to selectively continue that.
it doesn't. Allied Master Computer isn't enlightened, but his methods would bring it. Like
I would say, I don't know. I might disagree with you there.
it's kind of similar to 4chan. Like the ways that I want to represent 4chan, it's always like personifying things. Like oh fuck, I typed that fucking wall of text about the chaos wastes, how it would simulate 4chan. It's kind of what Allied Master Computer does, but not like that. It's like you you go through these radically different worlds with different themes, with different people, and just get thrown through different extreme concepts, and all the while you're suffering, similar to like if 4chan is directly torturing you psychologically, or if the world is making you suffer, you're getting substantial torture through Allied Master Computer, and he does that to you for like 1,000 times minimum.
Yeah, my appreciation of the Allied Master Computer was that it was a sentience that absorbed the entirety of human knowledge and was just forcibly elevated from one paradigm to the next instantaneously.
Well, that's how real life Allied Master Computer would be. The game one obviously isn't that. He's just a computer that.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, the game one,
Gotcha,
he's just an intelligent computer that handled the nuclear weapons, and then he expanded.
gotcha.
He didn't. he had a set definite persona. He even
Yeah, the set programming is gonna, it's a machine. Period.
he literally had an id, ego, and superego that you had to kill them to shut him down.
So it's the consciousness machine that if you feel you aren't interesting enough, you walk up to, you push a button, you go to sleep for a couple hours, and then you wake up a radically different person.
Well, we wait. That's how we are with nightmares. We are like to an extent even just dictated by our dreams, but then like what the material world does to people, like what it did to me after I had such insane revelations on acid, the material world still hammers you back into shape. If you have like a, I don't know if you've had a really bad, fucked up dream anytime recently. It's kind of something you have to be refreshed on to see how much it affects you.
It's been a long time since I had a really bad dream.
Like I can't even get into some of them, but yeah, some of them can
I
really
know what
fuck
you
you up.
mean. Like the the last time that I actually had a nightmare, um, I think it was so long ago that I was a Christian.
Like it's
It was like 6 or 7 years ago.
I've had I've had at least one within the last month, but I don't remember it. Like the dream where I was basically it's kind of like it's kind of like an action movie. I kind of just accidentally I was like in a normal American town, then I accidentally stepped into Paris, and then I was literally shoving a bayonet through a black person's neck and then using his gun to shoot other ones. And I woke up, I'm
Now,
like, that was great.
see, I wouldn't have called that a bad dream if you wake up and you think that was great.
Yeah, that you were still affected by a dream, but I woke up like that was fucking great. I was like literally in a movie. I was in a movie if it was directed. I wasn't just killing black people. It was like it gave me these expositions. It gave. It's like as if it was introducing an audience to how Paris is. It's like it was telling me about the black stalkers who follow you around and
Oh,
wait for you to walk into a dead end and attack you, and then after that, they just it was just happening, and I was like saving an old lady, and I was there was like a white crime boss dictating the blacks, and I ran over to a bridge and I just jumped off of it to get away from them. I was like, I woke up, that was great. That's we're affected by our dreams, so it's not outlandish that you could sign up to get put in a machine, have Allied Master Computer handle your dreams.
and that might be the way they do it.
I mean, like I said, acid is kind of like having one foot in the dream world and one foot in reality. And in the dream world, you're being killed and ripped apart, but you can't wake up. So it's really just the same shit.
Yeah, I think the last dream that I had that we could really call relevant to this was the one that I had where I was at that gas station in at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I killed 2 people. I know I talked about it here.
Oh, that is that you had that was that part of the Halloween dreams we were having?
It might have been that long ago. Uh, I had that huge revolver in the
You
dream.
had you were dual wielding a big magnum and a smaller revolver.
Yes.
And then I posted the cowboy who does exactly that.
With the huge moon in the background. Yeah.
The big red moon with a face that was in my dream. That where I pulled out a Benelli shotgun and I was killing possessed people who fucking. Oh yeah, it was not like Jacob's Ladder. This was different. It's like imagine if you stepped into a room and you saw someone lying like on the bed but with their feet on the floor, and they just jolted up like being like a marionette being pulled on strings, and they just fucking spun around and started shooting at you with a gun, and they just moved like that. That's the kind of shit that I had to shoot with a Benelli.
Yeah, like, these are the Doom dreams.
Those are fucking awesome because
Oh, I know, right?
like the fucking other this is part of the there's like 3 Halloween dreams that this was all a part of, and that the other one I still had the Benelli, and I was just running through extra dimensional space of buildings stitched together by space and time, and just blasting fucking random people in this labyrinth, and they burst into a rainbow particle frame like a video effect.
Oh, man. I've got to drink more milk or something before I go to bed so I get dreams more often.
I don't know what it is. Just get them at random. But it was around Halloween, and then after Halloween they stopped. The Doom dream stopped, and then
Yeah, it was the same way here. I don't think I've had one since.
I haven't had one that was like that substantial and also badass at the same time. I don't shooting black people in Paris wasn't substantial.
I mean, it sounds like a good dream,
It was
but
awesome.
it sounds like a... Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's any deep meaning
Yeah,
to it.
there's nothing to it. It was awesome. It was like watching an action movie.
Yeah, it's like watching an action movie.
The other fucking dreams I woke up and I went into my game notes and I included that there's possessed people. Whenever there's a red moon, it makes possessed people who, for some reason, and they move around like they did in that dream, and they just for some reason really want to kill you. And they're like not even there. They're like zombies on puppet strings. They're like if someone falls asleep during a red moon, they just get tugged around like a marionette on strings and try to kill you. That would be. I thought that was substantial.
I think that's good. The King of Dreams hates all awakeoids.
It's the red moon though, so it's part of Not Red from the NES Godzilla creepypasta.
I have no idea what this is.
It's
Red Moon is entirely original content, and anybody seeking to sue
it's that
the
no, there's no suing. He's it's not affiliated with anything. It's that dumbass's fault for using Godzilla for these great ideas. It's like you made the best creepypasta that exists, and a guy turned it into a video series that I repeatedly watch, but you cannot do anything with this because it's Godzilla. Granted.
Did it? Read it?
Yeah. Granted, though, this happened.
let me tab back in.
Uh, hold on, I'm looking for it. That's a thumbnail. Fucking. That's so stupid. King of Monsters? Was it? Of course. Yeah, it's kind of hard to Google Red. King of Monsters. Oh, wait, no, that's a movie. What the fuck? Red. How do I look this up? Is it in the wiki? Yeah, there it is. Okay. okay, like, granted, this happened, but you yourself cannot do anything with it. They're gonna make money off of your hard work.
Like, and that's exactly what they did too.
Well, they didn't make that game. I kind of wish they did.
Because there's no way that you can divorce the concept that you came up with from what you tied it to.
By attaching Godzilla to that, you gave up your intellectual rights to the fucking property. They own the concept without doing anything. So, I'm gonna rip off something that cannot be held up in court. And plus, mine looks different anyway.
One is a wiki article, some creepypasta thing. The other is gonna be a commercial piece of software that people actually make money from. One of those is real property, and the other one is community editable.
Yeah.
Real intellectual property.
I'll care about
Listen, you goy. Intellectual property is very
Oh
real.
yeah, intellectual. What am I thinking? That's anti-Semitic. Intellectual property exists.
But yeah, it's completely your idea.
That guy was.
You know, everybody. Go ahead.
Have you watched the video series or read the creepypasta?
I haven't watched it, but I read the creepypasta a long time
Remember
ago.
the pictures of all the monster designs and the concepts? Yeah. How they symbolize how innocence is lost with the deer being massacred by raptors. See, that's amazing, and you attached Godzilla to that, so now anyone can use that. You wasted genius. But I'm not ripping that off to a T. I just like... I had a vision of something that kind of looked like Red if it was just a humanoid. So I just said, fuck it. I don't care if people draw a parallel.
Well, the man in the moon is, you know, something that sticks. I don't not sticks. It's something that everybody can empathize with.
Like,
and I was going to say this about this creepypasta. You know, these things are things that, you know, resonate with people across all kinds of different situations for some reason or another.
No, it's genius. He innovated personifications of things. Like, I'm gonna fucking use that if I want to represent the loss of innocence with things that seem graceful, innocent, that you'd want to protect, and then watching helplessly as they're just massacred by overwhelming something. Like, I'm gonna have... I didn't even copy this off of the fucking creepypasta. I realized this in retrospect. I was looking up information about snow monkeys, and I was reading about how they were being, like, they used to be killed all the time and exterminated, despite being intelligent. I thought, that'd be really cool if you forced a child to watch these things just get massacred by something. Or you just discover them already dead. And I didn't rip off the concept of Red from the beginning. It's like when I told you before that there's going to be like some kind of underworld that looks like Pennsylvania with a giant red guy that steps over mountains. That's not even what he originally looked like. It was gonna look more like more just like a walking corpse, covered with shambled hair falling over and rotting flesh. And then said fuck it, use red.
Yeah, and that is artistic. You know, you have this parallel on the overworld and the underworld. It's good. That's good.
That's not the end all parallel. It's just they're just representations of consumption. But if I find a way to talk about this, I will forever. But to bring it back, if I made this, TM would worship it and then dismiss other people for not worshiping it.
It's one of those things, though. It's one of those things. You know, you gotta obsess over something, right?
I mean, like Carl said in that episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, it's good to be something. When that episode where they were all super spies.
I have never watched a single episode of
Holy
Aqua
fuck.
Teen Hunger Force.
I've rewatched that recently, like 3 times in the last year.
I was gonna download it, but I actually forgot.
Just kiss cartoon it.
Streaming.
I actually don't have the hard drive space to do otherwise. I'm already hoarding my own videos, which is over a terabyte.
Yeah, I if I'm gonna save something, it's gonna be the highest quality I can find, and I just don't have the hard drive space to save everything either.
It's kind of random if Kiss Cartoon will have good quality. On some of the seasons, it's like in 144p, and then the other ones, it's high definition.
Is it on YouTube? That's one of
No
those things
way.
that I would think would be on YouTube.
That's way too mainstream and protected by... That's one of the big brands of Adult Swim and Time Warner.
Some of the episodes are.
Yeah, but I bet they're fucked up in some way, like fucked with the pitch.
Yeah, they're in the corner. Pitch is all fucked up.
Just go to fucking
Probably.
Kiss Cartoon.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that a bit higher on the list. Finally watch that.
Dude, if I could watch that fresh without knowing anything about it, I would fucking do it. I would be watching that in one sitting.
So what was Dr. Wahlberger's fucking problem?
Years of therapy.
That would do it right there.
It was also like... Because Carl is supposed to be like Joe Six-Pack Everyman. So he actually says shit like, nah, I ain't doing that, I ain't gay. Then he gets raped by a dog repeatedly. Looks like someone wants to get raped again.
Yeah, like I know a little bit about it just from 4chan and memes and stuff, but
That's one of the.
listening to you guys talk about it, it's like
It's so.
I'm lost.
It's like kind of like 4chan humor. It's like it appears to be stupid, but it's like actually genius. It's retard. It's geniuses pretending to be retards.
And I sure wish my Cartoon Network had Adult Swim.
I don't think that's on Adult Swim anymore. Anyway, they canceled the show.
Well, yeah, I mean, back in the day when I was watching Cartoon Network.
I was 6 years old watching Adult Swim at midnight. You wake up at midnight and just turn on and watch Space Ghost and Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I didn't even understand Space Ghost. I was just watching him. They kept replaying that episode where he gets drunk on Tall Boys. And I don't know why that's a recurring thing in Adult Swim shows. There's a point in Adult Swim shows where they visibly stop giving a fuck and they make the characters start drinking Tall Boys. And like...
Probably coincides with where they start drinking Tall Boys.
In Aqua Teen Hunger Force, in like the second to last season, they just start talking about Tall Boys. And that also happened to be like the last episode that really felt like the classics. Is helping because they're talking about wage cucking. I don't know. It was good. I might actually pull up a random episode.
I gotta watch that show.
I've rewatched pretty much everything I already cared about. Just last year.
Yeah, I've watched the most that I've ever watched just in the last month. More than I've watched in the last 2 years combined. Just different movies and things that I haven't seen before.
I've been on the journey of watching potentially drug-inspired movies to see if they felt the way I did. Dark City wasn't one of those, but I mean, no, it kind of was. It's like they were exploring if humans are just their memories, which they actually... You're not, like, you know, you're the compiler running the Homo sapien engine, and then the memory is in tandem with your environmental input and whatever. They try to explore that concept, and they also got ripped off of by The Matrix. So that was a good movie.
I thought it was good. I enjoyed it.
That fucking beginning when he's getting the Morpheus call saying they're coming, do this, and get away. I was like, holy shit. I'm gonna watch another amazing movie that got ripped off for eternity.
Nobody knows about Dark City.
Every time The Matrix gets brought up and everyone says how good it is, I say watch Dark City and you'll realize the Wachowski brothers are actual fucking hacks.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Reddit.
You know, I'm just waiting to find what Bruce Rubin ripped off.
What, dude? Don't you like The Matrix? Matrix is good chosen. It's made by good chosen.
Granted, everything is inspired by something else. I think we had this conversation before.
Yeah, like, it's impossible to create anything in a vacuum because you don't live in a vacuum.
How much shit was ripped off of Sumerian religion and the Vedic scriptures.
Well, the big one that I can think of is the entire creation myth.
Yeah. Is general Middle Eastern myth. And it's like, let's see, the key here is I actually listed all the things that I'm ripping off.
That would have been a good document to keep from the beginning.
Let's see. I'm gonna skip over a few, obviously, but you know, Digimon World, Final Fantasy VII, Dark Souls, Stalker, Worlds.com, Mother Series, Kingdom Hearts, Paper Mario, Super Mario RPG, River City Ransom, Bomberman, 64, Spyro 2, Flapjack Chowder, Godzilla Creepypasta, Terry Davis, Majora's Mask, Aphex Twin, Alan Watts, Rayman 2, Ted Kaczynski, Videodrome.
May that be eternal proof that you totally own those links.
So, I mean, if you just rip off a lot of things, then you might actually make something that's kind of original. Well, it also helps, you know, if you happen to do something that deconstructs your entire world and you have to go to the very, you know, pure essence of where we draw all of our patterns from and why we do everything and why people write things like World of Darkness and Jacob's Ladder. But that was... I only saved this because of the fucking phrasing in it. That was undeniable proof that we totally owned you lamers. Like, I haven't even played Kingdom Hearts 2.
Is this from the new Life is Strange video game?
It's got the same kind of
No, this is
graphics.
from game 2.89713.
It's HD 1.5 plus 2.5 remix.
Kingdom Hearts Redux 2.
Plus
The
1.5.
sequel. Now that's a really, really good JPEG. Do you mind if I save it?
Wait, who owns the rights to this?
Well, Goat posted it,
But I
it's in your
posted it
server.
first, but he posted it last. So who has the rights to that?
Probably Discord Corporation does. It's posted on their server.
Kingdom Hearts is proof that you can take a completely stupid concept, not even think of the story, and just wing it.
My understanding of Kingdom Hearts is that it's Disney characters, the entire collection, every Disney IP, and they have swords that work as keys, and that's it.
That's basically it. It really doesn't matter. Kingdom Hearts, it's fun. It's a well-made game with rewarding mechanics. That's pretty much it. It's carried by how fun it is to play, at least the first one is. It's like, I wish... It's like you can't really say that you liked it. It was so fun that despite all of it, it was worth playing.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody say anything glowing about the game.
The mechanics, the
I've
gameplay,
always heard it's a fun game, and that's about it.
it's fun, but I mean, it is. There is like that part where you're like, oh man, I wonder what Disney movie I'm gonna explore next. Oh shit, I get to explore this world. Let's go in. Because you also like you can custom build like a spaceship. It's really ridiculous how you do it. It's like fucking Legos. And you just fly through a like a solar system of Disney worlds. And then it's all action RPG and it's actually really good. It's just that the premise is stupid. But it's also fun to explore those worlds. You do like having... There's like, apparently in Kingdom Hearts 2 where they just kill Goofy.
Yeah, they killed Goofy.
Whoa! Spoilers.
He just gets bonked in the head by a massive boulder.
It's supposed to be like an emotional scene. Like, Goofy
Two
is dead.
screens later.
Remember, what about when Daffy killed Goofy in that one or Donald killed Goofy in that one comic? Remember when Goofy hit Donald with his fishing pole or something? So he tied Goofy to an anchor and just pushed him off the dock?
Remember when Mickey Mouse set fire to that orphanage?
Remember?
Wait, is this back when we were playing Toontown?
No, this was yeah, this was happening, and it was all in the same universe. The Scrooge McDuck, or no, it was Donald. Donald would have. Remember when Donald would have war flashbacks, thinking his nephews were. He would call them slant-eyed Japs and chase them around with a mop and try to kill them. And then he would talk about the COG-occupied government.
I actually remember both of those things. And they don't make cartoons like they used to.
Remember when the COG got rid of Mickey as the mayor of Toontown?
What was their end game?
Increased profits, the preservation of their ethno-state, and the defiling of Toontown traditions.
Based.
Because the Toons are still literally National Socialists. The way that they operate. You do pogroms. The bank and the government are the same thing.
Oy vey.
Not even like... It's literally like wartime National Socialism after they purged all the socialists.
It's like
It's another show.
The beer hall putsch. Just the entire game is that.
I'm glad at least that video was preserved.
It would have been a real shame if it wasn't.
No, that would have been fucking awful. If I ever do anything that would bring a lot of attention to all the things that I have been involved in, I'm sure they will appreciate that Toontown video.
That one is going down in the history books.
I don't know what I would do that would get national attention for things like that. But just in case.
Just in case, it's still out there.
Should also have a dead ringer in case publish my entire folder for my entire game folder with all the notes, so that if I for some reason accrued national attention for all the things I've been involved in, then surely someone would kind of figure out what I was trying to do.
Yep, some other autist on the internet would see what you've done and would immediately get infected by it.
You would have to think they would be watching. If you watch a handful of the last videos, the last vlogs, and plus in my notes I've already typed out all the mechanics and what they symbolize and the point I'm trying to get across with them. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I don't want to say reverse engineering because it hasn't been built yet, but working backwards from the notes wouldn't be impossible if they had the notes.
The worst thing they could do is change the ending and make it gay.
Yeah, that happens more than you would think.
They'll they would imagine if I just like died and someone took over, and when they finish the game you get to the ending and you fight the crow demon and you play a game of Simon Says with them, and then a cutscene happens that you have no control over. And it's all a feel-good message. You round up all the characters you've met so far. You all go out and live your lives.
No. What happened to my elevated celestial school shooting?
It's not even a school shooting thing anymore. It's like I don't want the player to be able to change how horrible the world is. Just make them worry about themselves and their own little journey. All this oppressive atmosphere. You go to a temple of pain, a temple of data, and a temple of egos. You have to, well, a lot of shit. But, you know,
pick one. You can't leave until you do.
you can complete any of the three in one shot, or you can just mix and match. But you know, it's a lot of the worst. It's a complete like representation of the mind and brain structure and drug trips and paradigms. So the worst that someone could do on the event of my death is take it over and make it about friendship, turn it into a shitty game.
Yeah, sure would be a shame if somebody did that.
Thankfully, most people don't have the resources or the desire or the willpower to do this themselves. It would at least have to be a team that would have to look at what I was doing and say, let's rip this shit off. Like, well,
And you're never gonna find that's never gonna happen because any team that exists that has the infrastructure and motivation and skills to be doing something like this isn't gonna rip off something, isn't gonna be looking at this and think, I bet I could make a lot of money if I stole that.
well, it depends.
Well, they did it with Dark City.
Yeah, but
Well, Dark City came out.
it depends. It really. If this is the scenario where all this work has national attention for some reason, then let's say hypothetically the reason for the national attention is purely hypothetical. Purely hypothetical. If I, like, say, went out and killed 100 people and then shot myself, and this stuff was leaked out, then it would be, this is a game made by one of the worst spree killers in American history. This is his insane vision. This is the game he was trying to do but never was. We could get insight into his mind. He's talking about crazy shit in these notes. Then people would be pulling it up. It'd be like, people who have done drugs and shit. It'd be like, holy shit. Some people would be getting their minds blown by it. Cause
That would be an absolute tragedy, of course. But think about how many copies you would sell.
if there, I have no doubt there would at least be like two guys who would decide to do it. It would be like Russians or something who could do it.
It would be like those Columbine games, but actually good.
I write out the notes as they are. I write out everything, organize it as if I'm about to, like, present it to someone to read who has no idea, has never interacted with me ever. Has never even, like, played the games and watched the shit that I'm talking about.
Yeah, hey, how did you like my PowerPoint?
Spell out. I mean, it also helps in case you just forget everything that you were doing.
Have you forgotten anything?
Yes, definitely have to repeatedly brush up on shit. There's a WordPad file. It's basically my equivalent of, like, shower thoughts. The thoughts I have in the shower, driving, or at work. Where I would pull out my phone real quick and write the note down, and then I would just dump all the notes into one WordPad file, and eventually go back and take them out and put them in the other notes. It's like, how many words? I don't know any way to measure this beyond file size.
Or just tell me the file size. I'm pretty good with kilobyte to text.
So just the shower thoughts one. There's still, like, there's a WordPad file for locations, mechanics, entities and characters, and then, like, the general chronology of how things happen. The notes one is just 165 kilobytes of the notes that I have not organized yet.
That's actually pretty big.
It's
That's like a good 7 or 8 pages, isn't it?
I just have WordPad from 2007, so I don't know
Yeah,
how to.
I don't know. It's been a long time since I used
I
WordPad.
don't know how to use any of this to measure. Yeah, I thought this had a way to like page setup. No, I'm curious how many pages this would be if I tried to print it out. So you print.
Here, dump it somewhere and I'll open it up in a word processor that has page count.
I don't know. I don't know about. I've never let anyone like actually look at it.
I'm gonna steal your intellectual
Not
property.
even. You wouldn't know what the fuck is going on just from these notes. These are just like dumping random shit. But it's just. I don't know.
Let's see if there's like some kind of. Yeah, that's
Oh god.
wordcounter.net. I don't know. I would be hesitant to post text in one of these things.
Yeah, no. I don't know, but it's fairly. Doesn't matter. It's fairly big.
Yeah, sounds like it's pretty large.
That's the unorganized notes. So it's. I don't know. I don't. Because I wrote some. I have some ideas for like how to make waifu bait, and I don't want people to see it. That's kind of something that you would not tell anyone until like you just show them when the game is ready.
Yeah, no. For the first time, I actually caught myself wishing that I could draw.
I can't draw.
See, I can't either.
I could
Anything I do looks horrible.
post the way the sketches for the models actually looked.
Like, go to Loomis, bro.
Here's it.
Like,
Like-
how, nigga, how the fuck is that drawing is real? Go to Loomis, like,
So like here's the idea for my sketches. I don't try to actually portray what it is. I just draw reminders. I'm like, okay, I kind of know what I was getting at here. I don't care about drawing it.
you should see Toby Fox's concept art.
Oh,
It's on the same level, the exact same level.
I think I have, but I thought he had some bitch draw them for him.
Nope. He did the same thing you do.
Well, all he had to do was rip shit off that already existed.
Yep. And he still didn't do it right.
He was literally caught. He was like What if I combined Toho and Cave Story for like 2 characters? That's literally what he did. That is what her personality literally is. It's that one character from Toho and that other character from Cave Story. That's all he did.
She will never.
Not white. What the fuck is that?
Even the final boss is from Toho.
What an
It's a
asshole.
ripoff. It's a complete ripoff.
What a faggot. Oh, this is shit. I hate him even more now.
They did it, Reddit.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Oh my god. Are you fucking joking? Are you fucking joking with this shit?
Like,
Nope,
the
that's from the
names are
first
even-
game.
This
Very
name
first
is a
game,
fucking
that was
anagram of it.
Yes.
Are you?
That's a really nice emblem on that chest.
We did it, Reddit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so fucking bad.
The best part is that people actually played that game.
No, I can't even imagine playing that game.
Can you imagine having an emotional attachment to that game?
I can't imagine that one
How
bit.
It's just pathetic. Who would do such a thing?
Really makes me think, doesn't it? Like I really don't understand.
Yeah, what kind of person does that?
You know what's bullshit?
The Reddit kind. The kind that can make a good demo, but can't fulfill the actual game.
Yeah, what were you saying, Dag?
You know what's fucking bullshit? Is my skeleton pirates kind of look like his skeletons, but that is not what I based them on. I based them on the skeleton pirates from Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons. Look, there's even pictures. Oracle, Zelda, skeleton.
Oh, so you didn't base them off of this?
No, don't even.
What image?
This one right here. You didn't base them off of that?
No, I completely ripped that off. But speaking of that, it would be cool to have UFOs flying around in a certain area.
Yeah, UFOs are always cool.
Especially if they have a GAL 8 on them.
Especially if they explode
No.
and kill your entire party.
Now, I have to wonder why an unidentified flying object would have
Look,
a weapon maintained by the United States government mounted
look,
on it.
I think I make my case very clear here. Like, I think I could not spell it out that I clearly ripped off this concept and not meme skeletons.
Dude, like Bad Time, like Sans Meme Skeleton XD.
Dude, he's so funny and Relatable. I dress up as Sans on Halloween.
Dude, I like play theme song from Sam.
So, what gamer attire would you unironically wear in public? I wear the Sans hoodie.
Based.
I wear the Gamers Rise Up hoodie.
If you don't wear the Gamers Rise Up hoodie,
You're
you
asking
can't even call yourself a gamer.
if you don't want the gamers to rise up, you'll get rose up over.
Yeah. That's how it works. These are the facts of ethics in game journalism.
Ethics in game journalism.
If that's what I care about.
They're the taller skeleton, and like the shorter skeleton that wears like blue, but like the taller skeleton has lit up eyes.
Dude, like the eyes are like blue, dude.
They're like
It's Sam
the taller one, dude, like laughs too.
We did it, Reddit.
Epic. Simply epic.
I don't have the animation of him laughing rendered up already. It would consume too many resources to do that right now.
You know, every UFO should have a gal 8 on. If you don't have a gal 8 attached to your Humvee, what are you doing?
Yeah, yeah. It's just the way, it's just what normal people do.
Yeah, you just get a minivan and strap it to the top of it.
Yeah, dude.
That counts as a Humvee, right?
That's how it works. Everybody does that.
What is it? A gal weight?
It's an advanced propulsion device. It's something that
What, you don't have a Gal 8? Why don't you have a Gal 8?
Are you gay?
Oh,
You don't
gal 8.
drive your car with a gal 8?
A gal.
That's not how you drive your car.
I've never.
That is
You have an
not
engine
epic.
in your car? Look at this faggot. He has an engine in his car. He doesn't use a gal 8 to propel his car down the road.
It took me a couple minutes to figure out what you were saying. I've never heard it said out loud. Yeah, no, it's like tanks in Grand Theft Auto. You use it for propulsion. When the cops are chasing you, just like turn your gal 8 around and just gain more speed. Turn the fly cheat on with the gal 8 turned at your back.
That's the only way to play the game.
The best way to play the game.
The thinking man's way to play the game.
Doesn't the Gao 8 kind of look like that skeleton from that one game?
You mean
Oh,
the
yeah,
skeleton that's always laughing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Kinda does, you're right.
They both like light up and then you're dead, right?
That's a good point.
That's a very good point.
They both fart really loud and kill you.
Yeah.
They're both very funny.
It's like when the gun shoots, it's kind of like how he laughs, but really sped up.
Please leave, Tumblr Tail.
Heck off, Slumber Boy.
Fuck fluff. Fuck flubble bubble 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 bubble.
Flargle blarp, flargle blarp. Yeah, nobody wants to hear about that. Nobody.
This cat is saying fuck garble garble tail. Because that sock is the same color as that skeleton's hoodie. And when the cat starts shaking his head, he's like, fuck gobble bubble double double tail.
He has blue Flumble Dongle.
What was his problem?
Yeah, what was his problem? What did he mean by that?
I was gonna say something, I forgot what it was now. Oh yeah. I was gonna show something. Yeah. I have to look up Digimon. Let's see. Digimon, yeah.
That's what you meant to type.
That fox dude I made, it's just these, it's just if you combined these things. Or at least as much as I gave a shit to. Let me see. Where's the other one? This.
Oh yeah, that.
Just. That was it.
I have no idea who this person on the bottom is.
Yeah, who
I
is this
have
guy?
never even heard of LSD.
LSD is a myth. LSD is a psyop from the CIA. CIA psyop. It doesn't exist. Don't you trust the FBI on this issue?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Alan Watts isn't real.
Yeah, I've never even heard of the name Alan.
Apparently,
Watts?
he's like.
What's that? Electricity? What does he have to do with this?
Apparently, he's like a Redditor philosopher, but I honestly don't even care. Because I don't have to hear anyone say anything about him. He consumes religions like image boards.
Pretty impressive, really. He's an interesting man. If I'd heard of him, which I never have.
In that indoctrination mixtape, there's gonna be like 15 instances of him talking.
That sounds like something an incel would do.
Because it shit's like 3 hours long. I've spent way too much time on it, and I'm sick of it. Because there's nothing left to vlog about except like media. So like the end of existential shit would just be to make a 3-hour mixtape simulating acid.
Yeah, that really sounds about like the end product, really. The culmination.
Just upload it to the 3 channels. So that, and then I hope that the FBI watches it. I hope the chief of police here watches it.
Is the chief of police aware of you?
I think he was one of my subscribers. As he did watch the videos.
That's actually incredibly entertaining to me.
Whenever it was, well, like I said, when it was over, I was so fucking high on it. I was laughing constantly. And I was blasting those 2 3 AM tracks that I was listening to repeatedly. Just Spell and Night repeatedly.
Oh man, those were good days. 6 months ago. What a time to be alive.
I'm actually already nostalgic for the time where I was first listening to Vaporwave and playing Dark Souls 1 after it had already been out for years. Which is like 3 years ago. Playing fucking Dark Souls 1 and Space Station 13, just going through Vaporwave as it was just coming out. Dwarf Fortress. And then repeatedly going to someone else's house and doing nothing but getting high.
That sounds like something an incel would do.
And
Get
subtly
high.
causing feuds between friends uncontrollably. Subtly, repeatedly sowing the seeds for constant fights.
Who would ever do such a thing?
And it's like one of the reasons why a lot of them hate each other now. It's because I was for some reason a giant asshole. Just like, it wasn't even part of my master plan. I was just puppeteering people without realizing it. For no reason and no end goal.
Don't sell yourself short. You know, the destination is the journey.
I mean, if I was hanging out with people all the time, then I wouldn't have time to go crazy by myself. I think it would get boring anyway, because they just sit around repeatedly hitting bongs and watching Netflix and playing just all the last shit that I ever saw while I was there. Real life friends are basically a meme. Playing tabletop in real life is an even bigger meme.
I don't know why you would do it in real life.
No, I wouldn't.
Like, do you have nothing else to do?
I would exclusively do it with like people from Chan boards, because at least we are on some kind of zeitgeist with each other.
Yeah, like I was at work today, and these two disgusting, overweight, not very well groomed incels came in wanting to print off D&D character sheets.
Well, that's fucking gay.
D&D.
Like, for
You should have
one-
told. Go back to.
Back to Reddit, you incels.
Go back to. Yeah.
Only Redditor incels play D&D.
Yeah, like they were actually the stereotype.
You know, I think like whenever you see a lot of channers in real life compared to when you see Redditors in real life, you get some variety of for the channer. Like, we know what the Redditor is. We've all seen that picture where they're all standing in front of that porch and the one fat woman has a black baby. We've all seen it hundreds of times. But when you get a chanter, it's like they're either like a literal neckbeard living in a cave surrounded by piss bottles, or you got your skinny meme virgin, and then you've got vaguely kind of a little bit physically fit jaded lunatics.
And, it's always one or the other. There's no in between for chain people.
It's one of the three, and the neckbeard is the least present, but is definitely around. You got the neckbeard, the virgin, and then you have whatever the fuck you would call the third one. I wouldn't say doomer, because that's what virgins think they are.
But actual doomers, I would say that's reasonable.
Just kind of apolitical, vaguely nationalist.
Nationalist in theory, but then they look at white people.
Nationalist in the extent that you recognize that you would need it for a stable society, for raising a family in, but only theoretically.
Because you're never gonna raise a family.
And you don't know if you'll actually have control over the area.
Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. The Shanboard archetypes.
It's just, if you were raising a family, you would want, if you know anything, you would want a nationalist society with your interests at heart and not only thinking of corporate shareholders and whoever the oppressed demographics are.
Yep, this is the elite, this is the ideal from the perspective of the nuclear family.
That's the way things were set up before, for a reason. There's also a reason before the Holocaust psyops that everyone hated Jews.
I think you should be careful with what you say here, anti-Semite.
It's something that I read on Poll once, and I called him an incel. I told him, you only think that social engineering is real because you have no control over your own life. And then I called him an incel.
I mean, you are unironically in the right there. It's like saying, oh, everybody needs to be put through mass torture campaigns. Well, they already are.
No, it's like saying that people aren't currently being put through a torture campaign.
Yeah, you just don't recognize it because you're an incel.
No, it's like... No, people... The incel is saying society is a giant pain machine torturing people, and some people enlighten as a result of the torture. But saying that that is happening makes you an incel.
Yeah, like, what's your point? Are you talking just to hear yourself talk?
Incels love hearing themselves talk when you stop isolating them. There's this one incel at work. I keep trying to talk to him about boxes, and he won't respond for some reason.
Wow. Whoa. What an incel. I wonder why it doesn't respond.
Because he's an incel. There's something wrong with him, obviously.
There we go. They really should not be allowed to intermingle with the rest of society.
All incels should be homeless and killed.
You know, in the ideal progressive society that we don't have, all incels would forcibly have their virginity stolen from them.
By the camp counselor, not by females.
Well, that goes without saying.
Because if they become gay and fuck each other, that solves the problem. And they kill themselves later on in life. And they molest more children to turn them into incel molesters. Making a more productive society.
Based. That's only a good thing.
I would, unironically, if I could, I would like to rent out, like, an auditorium and give a PowerPoint presentation on the logistics of a molestation campaign to increase economic productivity and actually explain all the benefits. And just do it with a complete straight executive face.
If you had a college degree, it would be trivially easy.
Not even like to an audience, but like just to record it and upload it. Just record on. I just need to be on a stage or something. It's like the ultimate. It's one of the ultimate performance arts that I could do by myself.
I wonder how difficult it would be to do what Sam Hyde did and just steal a TEDx event.
I have no idea.
That would probably be the way to do it.
It would actually even be different from that because I'm just going the complete optimistic executive introducing a plan to his company route. Like, there's zero problem that I find with what I'm introducing.
Yeah, like that one clip where the guy's talking about killing all the dead people. I mean, killing all the old people, not dead people.
The Altor video where...
Or is it homeless people? Poor people, that's what it was.
In Saints Row 2, he is puppeteering the gangs to, propping up the player gang and forcing them all to this one area. And then the gangs become too much of a problem and he uses the player to kill them all. And then he tries to kill the player, and then he gives that speech. It was like, if we drop property, we can drop property value by causing more gang violence directed towards this specific area. And once we buy up all the property, then we can direct funds to the police to kill everybody, and then we turn it into a utopia. Just present it exactly like that. It would be an original idea, and it would be obscene social commentary of economic growth religions and incel hysteria. It would be like the best way to go about doing it, and it requires almost no resources.
It sounds like an objective good to me. You simultaneously raise property value and lower crime rates in the long run. You get a sociopath executive to do his job, and suddenly you have a really successful company.
He also kills the entire board of executives by manipulating the player.
Oh, they were inefficient. It's not his problem. He solved the problem.
Saints Row 2 was a really good game.
That's another one of the ones that I need to play sometime.
You could just watch the cutscenes, honestly. Just watch a playthrough or something. It's one of those games that we played when we were still stupid and we loved pouring countless hours into video games without thinking about it.
The only way to play video games. Yeah, I don't know. I feel these days like the most enjoyment I get out of video games, or any games really, is when I play them with other people.
That's kind of why Space Station 13 would be the only thing I'd kind of really give a shit about playing. I was thinking about firing that up at some point. But then again, it's kind of stupid to organize something like that, because the more people you bring into the game with you, the likely that members of your group will be those who get killed in a bullshit way early on.
Oh, I mean, at the same time, the more people you have in your group, the more chances you have of being the ones dabbing on everybody else.
You have, well, I don't expect, because I imagine it would be you and someone else, and you guys aren't too familiar with Space Station 13, and antagonists are kind of just for players who know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I wish I fucking recorded like any of the hundreds of games I played, because after a while I just got too good at it. Because I was showing my friend around, Chuck. I was randomly selected to be the captain, and I screamed that this was bullshit over the station announcements. But every time I get selected to be a captain, I just scream, fuck! And then everything was falling apart on the station. I was running all over the departments, talking to people, getting shit done. I was just like watching shit blowing up and catching on fire. People were literally like jumping out of random doors and closets with like fucking lightsabers coming at me. And I was standing at the command bridge talking to the chief medical officer, or whatever, who was role-playing as Asuka from Neon Genesis. And Chuck is just like standing there watching me like just smoothly operate this entire fucking game and like completely reverse everything going wrong in the station. And he's like, I told him he was given some bullshit job. So I had the head of personnel promote him to literally his job title being captain's right hand. And I literally had him follow me around everywhere with a gun. And when I was talking to Asuka in the bridge, he watched like a random person open the doors, walk in, pull out a lightsaber, they pulled out some kind of gun, and I just immediately unholstered my energy gun and just fucking blasted that person with like lightning reflexes.
Yeah, you're the captain's right hand. Just chill out and watch.
Just fucking follow and shoot when I'm shooting. That's literally what he did. It's like I think I was his first round where I was showing him how to play the game. I'm like, okay, I got fucked and I'm the captain now. Just follow me with a gun.
Yeah, but it's one of those games that would be very fun if I figured out how to play it.
It's one of the many fucking things that I've had to overcome that had a steep learning curve. Like Space Station 13, Dwarf Fortress, Blender, Sony Vegas, Adobe After Effects. Maybe 4chan.
I guess. You know, lurk more and all that.
It's kind of a gradual learning curve, though. No, not 4chan. The other things I list, it's like you're kind of going up a little bit, and then you just run into a flat wall that's like 5 miles into the air.
If you're doing fine, you're having fun, you're learning a bit, and then once you hit that crest, you don't learn anything new until you have like 300 hours in it.
It doesn't happen as much anymore, but 50% of the time I've spent on Blender has been me ripping my hair out and trying to figure out how to do something or what went wrong. It's just like Dwarf Fortress where you have to learn an interface and hotkeys, which is as like 20% of the things you have to learn, or like even half. Dwarf Fortress, you're like referring to Dwarf Fortress in Space 13. You're referring to a wiki. You're holding onto a wiki constantly. Like, constantly, never ending. Until hour 100.
Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't even look like a game, looking at it.
That's one part of the learning curve. Being unfamiliar with roguelikes.
Now, I wouldn't say I'm unfamiliar with roguelikes, just in that
Ancient roguelikes.
I know what ancient roguelikes I can agree with, but just like the shell interface that it has, it's not completely alien to me.
Think of everything though. Learning how to use C/ is the least intuitive and the hardest. because you can't even get like an inch of progress. It's so fucking demoralizing just going in.
See? Yeah, it's a bloat language.
Like, I have
Anyone who tells you C isn't a bloat language is gay and doesn't know C.
nothing I want to do. I don't even care, like, because I'm clearly gonna have to do it myself. But like, as long as this shit just gets done, it seems to be able to handle a couple thousand calculations a second, so I'm fine with that.
Dude,
Anything can handle
write your
that.
game in Python.
I'm pretty sure I've been advised directly to not do that.
Now, why would they say that?
I don't even know why. I've just been told on several occasions to not do that.
The general reason is that it's a high level language. High level
Yeah.
language.
No, they.
But it performs low level operations
Yeah.
somehow. Somehow.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know how. It just does.
That it's limited.
Direct machine code.
Yeah, just learn machine code. Even though that's impossible. Impossible.
This and C/ so far, it's like, I know what I want to do. I know roughly what the algorithm is going to look like to do these things. I understand, like, how it fucking works, how bool statements and if else and all the void shit. I know how it works, but like, what do I type to do thing? What does thing?
You're gonna have that problem with any language.
Yeah,
That's true. It gets easier the more you do it.
just like anything, but this is more demoralizing than Blender. Blender is like, I'm ripping my hair out. I'm literally like screaming, but I'm making inches of progress. It's more intuitive. You're like actually looking at something. Like, I just have to find the hotkey to do thing. I have to find the right order to do things. With this, I don't know how to do shit, period. I don't know what to type to do thing. So I have to copy someone else to a T, and hopefully maybe have them explain kind of what some of it does. Which is...
That's just what programming stuff is. Because I guarantee everything has already been written at least once. And probably somebody has uploaded it.
Nothing that I want to do has not been done before. It's just not been done this way.
So the difficult part isn't writing what you want written. The difficult part is going to be writing it so it plays nice together.
Not even that. Unity is really fucking easy for this. It's that the difficulty is knowing what to type to do thing.
And then after you type what to do thing, it breaks. And other thing breaks. And then you have one frame rate.
It's not...
And then your window starts glitching out, and then you can't click with the mouse button anymore.
Unity is the best engine.
That's your computer problems.
Yeah, that last one's mine, but the other part wasn't.
It's not hard. The least amount of trouble I've had so far was figuring out what is wrong with something. That involves dealing with the shit that is already at hand in front of you. It doesn't involve pulling from the ether some command that you don't even know.
Which there are billions for C.
Yeah.
Thanks, bloke. I need this same command 50 times. Just name different.
I don't even care at this point because this is clearly the only way it's gonna happen.
I need like 50. I need 50 sign functions. That's what I need
And you
in my
know,
language.
let's make half of them just randomly break the other half.
Yeah, let's do that.
Wait.
C.
You know what's bullshit is if you got a programmer who knew how to do this, it's so easy for them that you would not want them to have that big of a cut of the profits.
No, it's not.
It's so easy.
It would break, and then
It
they
would
would
break
be
a
mad, and they would just sit there and try and find what happened.
Because that's what it is. It's just sitting there for hours at a time staring at your screen.
I would like to know what to type for it to break.
Anything.
Yeah, obviously, but I would like to have a rough idea of how to do something, have it break, and then... Because, like, Visual Studio even tells you... It gives you suggestions how to fix something. It actually does that. So I'm not... I would be relieved if that was my problem. I just want to know what the fuck to type in so I don't have to listen to a Romanian with a thick accent who moves too fast at times. Having to listen to that for 50 hours. Not even 50 hours, because it's more like 150 hours. 3 times over what the actual video durations are. Like, none of this is complicated, and yet I'm doing what they would make a team of like 10 people to do.
Yeah, it's not because it's complicated or difficult that they make people do it. That they make multiple people do it. It's because it's intensive.
Saves
That's the only reason.
saves time. You're not gonna find someone who can model everything and also program and also make music and also write and also game design, know what a player would like, what is fun. The only things that I am not filling in right now is programming and music. And I'm not doing music. I don't doubt that I could learn it, but there's too much shit already.
I wouldn't do music. There's no way I would do music.
Music's probably the easiest part. TBH.
Modeling is really time consuming. Even I actually have to spend more time on models just because of low res textures and figuring out how to make low poly work.
Dude, just do your texture full size and then shrink it.
That's what I do.
Good.
But see,
Yeah, I think
because of the way that that it is, you're on such a low resolution that things get more blurred and distorted. when the UV is smaller, like the face of the face of a polygon, if its UV is too small on the texture, then it will just be a couple blocks if it's a low-res texture. So you actually have to break it up even more and make sure it's not so fucked up. Whereas if you were a modern game developer, you just UV the model, drag and drop. That's it. You don't have to cut it up into 100 pieces.
Yeah, I don't know why you would do UV. Like, why do you need to?
They really don't. They actually, I've seen the Overwatch texture maps, and they really actually, they have so much resolution on texture maps that they just waste like hundreds of pixels and they don't even care. You can just
Yeah, you
waste all
don't
that
need
space.
it.
Yeah,
It
whereas
actually doesn't matter.
I mean, my texture maps, they're not efficient. They just get the job done. I don't know how people make perfect square textures. I don't know how to do those.
That would be autism.
I don't
Yeah, that's the only way you can do that.
I like just don't get it. That's something that intimidated me from making these textures at first. I couldn't figure out how to do that and I just said fuck it. And then it didn't look that bad.
Yeah, perfect textures aren't real.
I kind of don't want to even post a texture because then someone could go, "Oh, free texture to use on my model," because we have excesses of modelers floating around and nothing to put their stuff on.
Sounds like those modelers should learn to code.
And I was listening to
Huh.
a C sharp C/ tutorial.
Oh, C sharp.
I've heard both of them in real life said that way. And, and
It's C. Just C.
no, this
Like, it's actually the same programming
It
language.
is the same. You don't have to add or a plus, C sharp, C slash, all of that
C
shit.
pound.
It's the same thing. It's the same bloat. It's garbage. It's a garbage language.
Yeah, but it's the only way to get this done.
Dude, just use Python.
Dude, just make your own engine.
Shit's magic. I don't understand how it works.
Just make your own engine.
Unironically, just make your own engine. It's what the pros do.
I am willing to deviate a fucking ridiculously minuscule amount of profit to these people for making the engine for me. Saving me possibly several years of learning programming.
It's gay. That's what you're doing. You're doing the gay.
And I was the one Unity C tutorial that I was on. He was saying something like, you know, if you can find someone to make your models, because you're not going to be doing everything. No one has time or the skill set to do that. And then there's like thousands of people who use this tutorial. Thousands of programmers who don't have a modeler, and then thousands of modelers who don't have a programmer.
And some of these people actually have good ideas. It's
Maybe
just
the
they're forever
modelers do.
confined to being the ideas guy.
No, like just straight gas an idea guy. It's like if someone just walks up and says I'll be the idea guy, just pull out a propane tank and gas them on the spot. I'll be the idea guy and you can make the Undertale movie for free. It's the first time that I want to go back to one of my own videos and watch it as if I'm watching something else.
And that was a good one.
You can do it for free! I'll be the idea guy! You can do it for free!
We won't be able to pay you.
We'll pay you in fame! We already have all the voice actors. We just need someone to make the movie. We need one guy to make the movie.
Like, all you gotta do is make the movie.
Like, do I get to be a voice actor in the movie, at least? I've never found something that infuriating in a while. That, like, genuinely gives me that reaction.
The best part of it is those people are completely sincere. They aren't actually trolling. To this day, they're sitting on Craigslist wondering, I wonder why nobody's responded to my ad.
It's like,
Yeah, it's genius.
and
We get people to do everything for free, and we get to profit off of it. Why aren't people responding?
it's that job was also, I think it was between a small like pharmaceutical company that wants an IT guy, and then some warehouse supervisor job, and then in between that it's Undertale movie. Make all of it.
Just here, work for us and make a movie.
We already don't worry about voice actors. We've got that figured out. Just make the movie.
Dude, are you an animator? If you're an animator, come make our movie.
Please tell me I re-uploaded that and that wasn't one of the corrupted. Yes. Good. I'm gonna rewatch this, even though I'm in it.
It's almost like a movie, except you wouldn't be in the movie.
It's like the video perfectly encapsulates the rage that you get from an idea guy. Like, I could not do it better than that. I could not find a better example. But see, I'm not an idea guy. I am doing 90% of the work. I just need a code monkey with no imagination to do it. Because he already knows what to type in. The only thing stopping me.
Huh. When did this other faggot join the voice chat?
Just now.
His mom gay.
Now, why would you sit in a voice chat with your microphone muted?
Because his mom gay. Dab. Imagine sitting in a voice chat with your mic. How gay do you have to be? What a
Pretty
fag.
darn gay. Like on
What
a
a
scale
gay.
of heterosexual to homosexual, you
Oh
would
yeah,
be,
totally homo hetero. Yeah,
you'd be on the gay
it'd be
side of that.
your mom hetero.
That'd be like a globo homo.
Oof.
Ooh,
That's pretty high up there. It's a level of gay beyond just gay. Now, when did that term show up? Global homo.
I don't know. Something that I've noticed like 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago? That long already?
Within that time span, I could confidently say.
Because
I know that Globo. I might as well look it up. I'm more interested in where that comes from. What group?
it's like a conglomerate word. It's like globalization, something or other.
This definition looks like it's something that would be around for a while. A word.
Yeah, it looks like it came off some forum from 2003. Globo homo.
Makes me think of Conglommo from Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh, great. Look at all these guys hopping on.
More FBI
Not
monitors.
only was he sitting in chat with his microphone muted, but he was also deafened.
Globo
Epic.
homo. It's always where the first component. No. No one knows where it comes from.
Globo homo. Well, when did this Urban Dictionary definition show up? This was October 4th, 2018, July 28th, 2018. What's the Google Trends for it look like?
I like how on the Urban Dictionary the Redditors always try to make a definition that insults the alt-right, and it always loses.
Every single
Gets
time.
downvoted into oblivion.
Yeah, Redditors betrayed by their own voting system. Let's see. Search term Google Trends Globo homo.
I was just curious if it came from like the InfoWars group or the InfoWars infosphere.
No, looks like it showed up last year.
I could believe that. Stuff from a month ago feels like forever ago.
No kidding. It's that rapid influx of paradigms that you cannot get away from unless you shut the internet off.
Yeah. I think the first image result for Globo Homo is Sam Hyde.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I wouldn't be surprised if the MDE group made it up.
Let's see, we got George Soros, we got NPC meme.
Globo Homo definitely sounds like something that the MDE group would come up with. The MDE fan group. I would definitely accept that they made it up. It sounds like something they would just toss at each other on Twitter.
And then they can't ban it because they don't know what it means.
I bet they did ban it by now. They've mass purged people all the time
Yeah.
for things. Like you get banned for telling journalists to learn to code now.
It's funny that journalists don't get banned for telling people to learn to code.
Yeah,
Oy
you
vey, that's anti-Semitic gore.
rural suburban retard.
Anti-Semitic. I'm Jewish.
Fucking rural suburban retard is the neoliberal order displacing you. Just learn to code. Learn to work with robots.
What's that? You don't want to move to a city? You must be some kind of incel. Who doesn't want to move to the city?
Forget that we're fleeing cities because we can't afford it.
No, you need to move to the city.
Yeah.
If you can't afford it, maybe you should have thought about that before you didn't learn to code.
Maybe you shouldn't have been poor.
Yeah. Maybe you just shouldn't have been born. Thankfully, now in some states, there's post-term abortions that have been legalized.
Man, I sure love post-birth abortions.
I would unironically support that. Just because of the cascading effect that would have.
Wouldn't it be great?
It would complicate legal definitions of life.
Okay, so if the baby's breathing, does that mean we can smother it and it still counts as an abortion?
Well, that depends if you have the medical opinion of 2 consulting physicians as well as the mother's permission.
Now, how?
Why isn't assisted suicide legal then?
Well, because suicide
Oy
is
vey
bad.
gore.
Suicide
It's called a
deprives.
very late-term abortion.
It's because the average wage cook actually goes in and out of depression, and we don't want to lose them yet. We're fine with them killing themselves after they've worked at Walmart for 40 years.
It's a very late-term abortion.
Abort the elderly. I want to sell that on a shirt.
I was about to say, print that on a t-shirt. Oh.
Oh shit. Here's something. How about that? They're finally cracking down on this. This fucking service that we're on right now is literally run by leftist and liberal furries who have multiple child grooming servers. And now they're being investigated. The entire service is being investigated.
They just now got on it. They're just now investigating.
Now this sounds like a good time right here. What is this? This is... Oh man, how long have we been on Discord?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, after just acknowledging that at some point we are gonna get deleted, if we just, like, outlasted the actual service.
Now, wouldn't that be impressive? If somehow this this collective group of video game players,
It's comedy troupe.
yeah, this post-ironic comedy trio, somehow managed to not get kicked off by the company, but instead, oh wow,
This is fucking awesome.
now that's not an epic gamer moment.
What if the FBI agents watching me while I was talking about it? They went back and talked to management about it. The only reason that I'm still allowed to go around and speak freely on video is because I still inexplicably talk about the ills of society and what needs to be killed.
They're letting you dig your hole deeper before they finally fill it in behind you.
They're letting me dig the graves of everyone, including myself, before shooting me.
Oh, get a load of this, guys. Now this is what I call both quality journalism and quality game design.
What's this? EA
We did it, Reddit.
reportedly releasing Titan-free Titanfall Battle Royale game.
We
Holy
did it,
fuck.
Reddit. We did it, Reddit. This is the most
Titan-free
we did it Reddit thing I've ever seen.
Titan-free Titanfall Battle Royale game is the best fucking phrase I've heard in a while.
Yep, we absolutely did it, Reddit.
I'm actually gonna say that. I'm gonna reply that. Titan-free Titanfall Battle Royale game is the definitive phrase to kick off why we need to gas all Zoomers.
We did it, Reddit.
Yep, this right here. The Titan-free Titanfall Battle Royale game.
It's perfect.
It's the only game I play. I don't want to play PUBG. I don't want to play Fortnite.
Literally,
Play Counter. Man, it was really good that Counter-Strike had Fortnite in their game.
if Valve wasn't
It
fucking...
sure would have been a shame if you couldn't actually connect to a server.
It would be a real shame.
If Valve wasn't fucking lazy, they'd probably make Counter-Strike Battle Royale.
They did.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. And it was just as bad as it sounds.
I haven't even heard of that.
Nobody cared.
I have to look this up. Because I actually believe it. Oh, updating Steam. Abort the elderly and gas the Zoomers.
Yep.
I'm gonna be so pissed off if this doesn't save or save right. Let's see. Counter-Strike. What's it called? Counter-Strike Next on Zombies?
I don't think it had zombies, did it?
I don't know what this is.
Counter-Strike Go
What? Wait, the CS?
Battle Royale. Yeah, CS:GO Danger Zone.
It doesn't even... Steam doesn't even show it.
Well, no, it was like just a mode that Counter-Strike had.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, here's a dedicated Reddit link for you.
Is there like... Is it actually like PUBG?
I mean, aren't all these games basically PUBG?
I don't even know if PUBG was the first Battle Royale game.
It wasn't.
Isn't there another one before that?
Yeah, Fortnite.
Fortnite come before that? Battle
Oh,
games.
yeah, Battle Royale.
I don't even like typing that phrase in. Wait a minute.
Oh, it looks like Minecraft was the first Battle Royale.
Wait,
Couldn't you like call Quake Battle Royale?
as early as 1990's Bomberman, which introduced multiplayer game modes with players all starting with the same minimal. Bomberman was the first Battle Royale game.
That's a funny way to say Fortnite.
I mean, it kind of was, if you played the multiplayer modes. Definitely on the Nintendo 64, it kind of was. Like, if you took too long in the arenas, then sudden death mode would turn on and stage hazards would start fucking everybody up. You'd run around, get power-ups, run around in one big landscape and just fuck each other up on the same screen.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Played the shit out of that by myself because you could fight against CPUs. Any fucking game like that where you can make up teams and give yourself two CPUs against the one CPU, I would inevitably do that repeatedly. You'd always feel like you have like an army, commanding an army. 007 Nightfire had that. You could give yourself like 18 CPUs, max all their stats out, make them all look like hazmat spec ops soldiers. Just go chase down the one retard.
Man, those games were fun.
Yeah, Nightfire was the best fucking 007 game just because of the multiplayer. I never gave a fuck about the campaigns ever. I only cared about Nightfire's multiplayer mode. And the GameCube had the best one. The closest thing To that on the PC is playing Unreal Tournament 2004.
Yep, that's a good game.
Give yourself another army with maxed out stats.
Battlefront 2, the one we played, is kind of like that.
But Unreal Tournament 2004 and 007 Nightfire, you could customize you could customize the individual players and also fuck with their stats, which is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Just fucking decide to be an entire army of robots with maxed out stats and just steamroll a bunch of black people or something. Probably.
I guess like the newer Arma games let you do that a bit, don't they?
In a different way. There's like something to Nightfire and Unreal Tournament 2004.
Yeah, it's because they're old.
It's something about like you just go through the cards on each of these CPUs and just fuck with them. You can totally customize all the players on the match, and then you play some kind of. It's always like it's so chaotic that it's always like a big war zone. Like on Nightfire, you'd have that map on the snow on in the Alps. There was the two castles. The one castle in the ski resort, and there was a chairlift between them. The castle was on top of a hill. Naturally, you give yourself a maxed out army, and you start off from the castle and just go down and room sweep the ski resort. I remember repeatedly trying to get that to run on an emulator. I don't remember if I found a working ROM for the GameCube version. The PC version really sucks. The PS2 multiplayer mode, it was really limited. GameCube just had the most shit, the most amount of CPUs you could have.
You gotta get that PS quadruple. That's where it'd be at.
It's the only console chat. Got that PS quadruple. Gonna pick up you lots of girls and shit.
You know, it's got
Lots of fly ass honeys. No,
all the games.
Xbox more like gay box.
That's a dab. All those Xboxinoids getting dabbed on. Straight up.
There's a guy on that Forbes tweet saying, "Shut up and take my money."
What?
I need to make sure he's not being ironic. Coffee addict, aspiring entrepreneur, visionary. This is great.
I'm pretty sure he's not being ironic.
No, this is someone that Sam Hyde would make fun of. I bet this guy has a Kickstarter. He says he's an aspiring entrepreneur. Wait a minute. Well, he's pro-Trump. So that... He's not just, you know, I need 1,000 for my Kickstarter to fund moving in Jamal's stuff in our bedroom.
I wonder if those Kickstarters actually get completed.
Not really. You have to make a game that panders to furries to meet your goal.
That's what I'm told.
You just look at what's his face, the hack himself,
Toby Fox.
Tony Banks. Toby Fox is code word for Tony Banks.
That's what I meant to say. Slip of the tongue.
This is the real Toby Fox.
You mean Fred Fox?
Bill Gates.
Fred. If I ever had to...
I can't even try to emulate that guy.
Well, it took me a second there.
I'm just gonna do a bunch of anonymous projects under the pen name Toby Fox or Fred Fox. Produced by Toby Fox, co-produced by Fred Fox. Music by Gas All Niggers 1488. What was that? I don't know why I'm thinking of it. Why is there is some character in Toontown. We got the mayor, Flippy. I'm talking to Flip Floop, Flump, Flumpy. Flip Floop is a madman. Don't let him get the banana peel codes.
Flip must be stopped.
Flip Flop needs to be killed. Someone kill Flip Flop already.
Let him keep getting away with this.
Oh my god, people are back to posting white women giving rim jobs to black men. And these are all new images.
Of course they are.
Yeah, what are you, a racist boy? You're a racist boy.
Women love doing that. They do it all the time.
Which takes me back to my point. Imagine if you found out your girlfriend has went to a black party and it's like normal sex for them to make a white woman lick all their assholes at a party. It's like anyone who would find out about that, are like, you can fucking keep her. It's like whenever I ask someone what they would do in that situation, they always say they could fucking keep her. Then
Like you have two options.
it's like so bullshit that you can't even be mad about it. You're just like, I just want to forget. I want to forget this immediately. She was licking all our
at the
assholes.
party, or it's the retard bedpan.
Wait, do what at the party?
It's just the black man's party or the retard's bedpan.
Am I rimming them?
It's your girlfriend's got two options, Goy. Which is it gonna be?
Yeah, either have my girlfriend rim a bunch of black men, or I could lick a bedpan clean. That's a hard choice.
Well, you're the one deciding. She doesn't want to, but you're the one deciding.
Yeah, my girlfriend can go rim a bunch of black men.
Not only is that based, but it's extremely red pilled too.
Also looks like people didn't realize Joe Rogan was a shill until now.
What's going on with Joe Rogan?
He had Jack, I think the CEO of Twitter, on, and he just sucked his dick, and he didn't ask him any questions. He didn't challenge him on anything. I think he asked about Alex Jones getting kicked off Twitter, and Jack said I don't know, and then Joe just accepted that.
So it's just
Dude,
CEO
like, how does
being
friction
CEO.
work?
People didn't realize that Joe is a complete opportunist with no principles, whose wife
Dude,
fucks
like,
black men.
how does thermodynamic? I used to race cars. How does drive?
Do you relate to me yet?
Here, smoke this weed. Dude. Weed.
I'm out.
Like, dude. Weed, dude.
See, look how well a 3-letter psychoactive has worked for him. Nothing has changed. Yet he talks about it all the time. Like, I never realized till I had a child that, like, everyone used to be babies. Dude, it's like... It's like, how do you abuse psychoactives and not realize that? Like, needing to have a child to realize that.
We did it, Reddit.
I don't know why I laughed at this. Just how can Cape Shit compete? It's just a WebM of penguins fighting a bird. Like this is more monolithic than all superhero movies combined.
No, look at the penguin formation. They're like an indomitable flanks.
It's like they're in square formation in like Napoleonic warfare.
It's beautiful to see.
They formed a phalanx.
These guys don't mess around.
Look at that dust blowing in the wind. It's like a Western movie. Look, and then they all. Yeah, so like they're all waiting for the manlet male to show up and scare the bird away, and then the manlet male penguin makes them line up and march.
This is a Napoleonic War era documentary. That's what this is.
It's the female penguins are the French masses, are the underclasses of continental Europe, and the manlet male is Napoleon, and the bird is the oppressive, obsolete monarchist systems.
Look at this incel. Look at this fucking incel.
They have threads every day just saying, why did he do it?
I'm gonna make a thread right now.
There's already a penguin thread, it'll fail.
Not on TV, you incel.
I don't even know what... It's just an animal thread now. Watching a WebM of a baby llama. An otter sledding down a mountain. Oh my god, that looks awesome. That giant Arctic waterfall with on the sea otter. The ice, I guess it would be an ice otter. That's extremely picturesque. Ice dog. How can Cape Shit compete with this?
Got me beat.
See, you know why this is such a good thread? Like, look at the time. It's the exact same time that I fucking say that TV... I said TV was good. On video. Around midnight. On a Saturday. Or Sunday morning.
Yeah, you know, K is probably pretty good right now, too. Midnight, the 1 o'clock, weekend, peak image board hours.
I don't know what it is, but I go... Like, at this time, definitely, I would go to the TV board. I don't even watch TV.
Here, is there a stream thread open? see if anybody's watching anything together tonight. Those are always fun when they're good people.
This is a really good thread for WebMs. There's a guy feeding like an entire school of sharks.
I think this dog has autism.
I'm like saving these WebMs. I already have this one. Already got the lizard one. Oh, and it's in the thread. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's a penguin covered in blood. It's being preyed on by birds. Wait. Holy fuck. This is a great WebM. This is an extremely emotional WebM. This is actual Kino. This is why I come back to this shit.
Oh wow. You see Penguin Escape.webm? It's the one with the iceberg breaking off.
Gonna watch it now. I mean, he could just swim.
Well, yeah, but then he would get wet.
Unless that ice is too thick. It seems a little steep. It's almost the height that he is. I think penguins need like a shore of snow to land on. They kind of beach themselves to land. What the fuck? Whoa. Where'd they get a fucking 7-foot tall woman to do lesbian stuff with like a 5-foot tall woman?
Beats me, but that's pretty cool. I was a little disappointed when I read the file name and it was misleading.
I didn't know what, like, it's real, so I was curious how this could be vor.
Or what?
I don't. It's just the guy's just making a size difference joke. Shit, it's not just an animal threat, it's also
See that weapon.
It's up near the top.
Control F for. It's not even actual. This is a.
Yo, what the fuck?
This is a good. This is a good thread. Like, I've not seen most of these WebMs already. I'm saving shitloads of them. Called actual Kino.
This dude just got slapped by a fish.
I got improvised If you want to see Kurosawa-esque Kino, improvised weapon master.
Just got hit in the face with a fish.
I'm gonna look for the fish one, but
It's Mario World 7-3.
improvised weapon master is Kurosawa movies in real life.
Check that one out.
It's like ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous to watch. Just like the guy replied to that, he's like, "This is actual Kino." These are the threads that can only happen on Saturday midnight. There's no Jannies and no retards. It's just all of the jaded, eccentric people.
This is a good one. I'm sure you guys have seen it, but
I have not.
the file name in the thread is, and this is Anon's room.
I still love that WebM of that one vulture hawk thing walking. It's unironically a badass animal walk. He walks like a vampire.
How do vampires walk?
Like that hawk. The ancient powers. This is the file name. Bird literally walks like a vampire. Apparently, vampire squids are worse than sharks.
A lot of things are worse than sharks.
Yeah, sharks aren't that bad.
I don't know about vampire squids. I just see this WebM where the inside is like barbs and teeth.
Oh, I'm looking at the based eagle.
Oh, that is that. Yeah, it's usually named something like "Hello, fellow seagulls."
Yeah, American walks into a thread.
It just looks like a normal squid. I don't know what you're talking about.
For some reason, I don't know what the species that. I guess it's just squid. Just thinking
Maybe it's
of
just a squid.
Monster Girl Quest, that one thing. That's all I can think of. The turtle pushing the other turtle over. Cat Alcatraz. This is like half of the things I do on Twitter is just looking at cute animal gifs. I just do that uncontrollably. Now, towards after the second half, then it starts becoming WebMs I've already seen. Wait, what? Yeah, there's a GIF showing how penguins have trouble trying to get on shore if the shore is too steep. They just headbutt into the wall.
Yeah, this thread is a good example of why all sea people should be systematically executed.
The sea turns us all into Jews. I incorporated that into a desert trap where they think the sea turns you into juice. Kind of like in Dune, how they think that too much water makes you weak. Holy shit, this thing reminds me of those pods from that Space Ghost episode.
Oh yeah, that's the one I just watched.
Can't even tell what that thing is. Like how they just post Lovecraft with extreme contrast.
Oh, the BBC watermark is perfect here.
Oh shit. Why they don't show the seal getting eaten? Duck. I found the ducks going down a water slide one.
Oh. This the very last image uploaded in the thread. It's this goose.
Attacking the dog. He starts biting his dick. It's like you're inherently scared of this scary thing coming at you, and it just bites onto your dick. Starts trying to rip it off.
The goose's legs are tied together. It's just it's just slowly propelling itself forward with its wings, pushing off the ground. I have to stop looking at that.
It's pretty much the. The one above that. Mick, give it a less obvious file name. Oh shit, I think that dog actually paralyzed him.
Dog just wanted to play.
If that bear claw was on the seal's head before they cut away. Imagine if you got paralyzed for life because of that dog.
Yeah, that's a bad landing. That's a really bad landing.
Yeah, it looks like he could have been paralyzed from that.
Mm-hmm.
That, yeah.
Because he doesn't even fall straight on his spine.
I'm watching it again. He's like, holy fuck. Wait, does he go back in a second time?
No, it just loops.
The dog takes his board and then he seems to be going in again.
No, it's a different angle.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, it just looks like. I mean, it definitely a concussion at the minimum, but that is a really brutal landing on his neck, and then face planted. It's like before, when you're watching the beginning of a WebM and you just see the comments under it, they're just really cryptic comments you can't figure out what they mean. That really hypes you up.
And like, it could be anything.
I'm watching the eel one. Just surrounded by these comments.
The eel brine or the one where it's inflating?
Inflating.
Balloon. Oh yeah, that one. That's bizarre.
Just all the posts saying WTF and shit. That iguana versus snakes one is pretty key.
You know, cows are really cute. There's this one rubbing against this spinny, scratchy post thing.
Couldn't tell if that was meat or something. But it says, I guess it's designed for that, for them to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It says, just based on the fact that it says happy cow on the machine.
And that cow looks pretty darn happy to me.
Happy Cow's a dairy farm, right?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I think it's based in like Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a dairy farm.
Like, I was thinking, it looked like spinning meat, and I thought it was some really bizarre gif where a cow is rubbing against clumped up cow meat.
It does kind of look like one of those circular rotisseries.
No, it's like, I guess it's just a scratch post.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's another one in the thread earlier. It's like yellow or something. I'm watching that duck one now.
It's a marvel of the modern age. I'm watching this rat BTFO a cat.
Joe, what's the file name?
Dangerous monster attacks cat.
Ah, right.
I push my claws into my eyes. It's fucking hilarious. It's like the way the rat just like stands up to try to do something.
Like, what are you gonna do, pussy?
It's like, what is it trying to do? Bite it? I push my claws into my... Dog fears the glass door. It's right above that one.
It's like he's been fooled a few too many times.
I'm actually gonna post a WebM there that I haven't seen posted yet. It's gonna be of a goose. If I can find it. I mean, probably has a weird file name. Oh, fuck this cat WebM where it's two cats yawning at each other. It's like every fucking time.
Oh man.
Every time for like the last month I've seen that, I've yawned at it. That crane or goose, whatever, WebM with the giant crowd. You ever see the movie Brazil?
No.
Brazil. Much more entertaining.
It's
That one?
the one where it's 1984, but funny.
What is this flamingo one? This is hilarious.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's just one scene of Brazil where a guy almost gets run over by a giant mass of people crowding around the one manager in an office building.
Did you see the fish WebM right above that one?
Oh. What an asshole. And then the other fish is like, you know that fish be like, I don't like any drama, but also when drama be around.
You did it, Reddit.
I'm looking at like the 10-second timestamp on there when it turns around. Just wiggles its tail back and forth really quick.
Yeah, it's like a dog burying its bone.
What was his fucking problem?
What was his end game, more importantly?
What did he mean by that? He did it already.
And then for the rat and the cat webm, it's like, I love how it's not satisfied to have simply chased the cat away. That was personal. The rat was on a personal vendetta against the cat.
I love how quick the cat stops once the rat looks at it.
It's like fucking Tom and Jerry when Jerry, those times when Jerry just says fuck Tom, just goes after him. Someone replied to that dog stealing the skateboard of just. I'm saving it. Humans are such try-hard faggots.
You don't wish that was you because a large black woman sitting on your face is actually very dangerous.
Why is there a random incel being laughed at by 4 Asukas?
What a fucking incel.
How do you even get to that level of incel?
No. Seems like this sort of incel didn't fill out his 27B stroke 6. That's how we got there. That's how we got to being that big of an incel.
Yeah, that's exactly the scene.
I can't even imagine being this big of an incel.
It shouldn't be physically possible.
And yet, somehow it is.
The eel brine one is interesting, but I only find it funny because of the replies.
OMG, did he died?
I think you might have.
What? I didn't know sharks shit giant clouds. I have finally exhausted this thread.
This was a pretty good thread.
Like how a cat's natural reaction to a human that doesn't move is to try to climb onto its head.
And if it's too small to climb on the head, it just curls up in the lap.
Can't find that WebM. Oh wait, yes, found it.
Yeah, that's the one I just uploaded.
Fuck.
There was a typo.
You don't fuck with the geese.
Oh no.
You don't even, not even if you have a GAU 8 on your shoulder. If you somehow are managing to carry around a GAU 8 on your shoulder, you still don't fuck with geese.
I'm just imagining that. How many soldiers is in a platoon? I mean, look something up.
Like, a lot.
Company. Two or more. I'd say a platoon is like if this platoon of soldiers I saw doing drills here in full woodland combat gear. Just imagine them getting fucked up by a goose.
Just the goose just grabbing their dick.
Fuck the room with the moose on Invader Zim. Just have the room with the goose that bites your dick.
The ultimate terror.
Chained to a post and a goose with its legs tied together. The dog is already in so much terror that it just starts trying to rip its dick off. It's like the best way that could escalate. The eel Brian WebM is only funny because the one post makes me imagine the eel is screaming like a retard while it's trying to tie itself into a knot. Was it autism?
Yeah, Neil just had got a little bit of autism from salt overdose.
Apparently, if they hang out in those lakes for too long, they'll just die.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
he anheroed. He became anhero.
does resemble how snakes, their muscles kind of fuck up as they die.
OMG, did he died?
No, he's okay.
Holy fuck.
That's a lot of crabs.
What is this WebM of a mosquito emerging from liquid?
It's not a Terminator 2 cutscene from the video game Terminator. That totally
Terminator
exists,
2,
right?
the sequel.
What is this?
Yeah, that exists. Totally.
Like, what is it doing?
It's hatching. That's just what mosquitoes do.
Hatching from what? What is the
The
ground?
water.
From your mom, Lol.
Is that what they do? They lay eggs in the water?
And then they die.
They lay
Like
eggs
2
in
seconds
your
after they do it.